Well, since we did the event in Mount Ho with Koga, let's head over to Ayame Village, because there's another event, but also something we need to pick up. As for why the event for Mount Ho is still there, the game is set up in a way that you can, whenever the events pop up on the world map, they'll disappear the moment you do one. So in order to do all of them, I'm save stating. Because I did all of them when I ran the English version, so I may as well make the comparisons with the Japanese. So let's head to Ayame Village. And get what I need from here. And unfortunately... I don't think anyone... any levels I got from that event on Mount Ho-Oh don't exist anymore. Okay. Adds a lot of ellipses. The English version cut it down to only one set. I don't need to translate that. The demon's just laughing. Alright. And for here, in the English version, the villager, I guess, is saying, "Help me!" Which is also what the Google Translate result is coming out as. But the difference here is the English version adds an exclamation mark at the end, while the Japanese version has the ellipses, which... Okay. Like, I guess the interpretation here is that for the English version, he's, like, calling out for help. While from the Japanese version, it's more he's begging for... under the hope that something or someone will come save him. But... thinks it'll be unlikely. I don't need to translate that. The demon's just screaming in pain. Yeah, just double checking from the English version.
Kagome no niyoi ga shi ne. Koitsura wa motte ne na.
All right. In the English version, Koga says, "I don't smell Kagome's scent. These guys don't have it." While, according to the Google Translate result, Koga says, "I can't smell Kagome. These guys don't have it."
ありがとうございました。
Right, and the villager, in the English version, says, "Thank you very much." While, according to Google Translate, says, "Thank you very much." Also, just something a little interesting interesting to note is the translator is picking up this villager's name as Tsunematsu, but for whatever reason, the English version shortened it to just Sune. Alright.
うせえ、ぶっ殺されてえか。
And then in the English version, Koga just kind of snaps with, "Shut up! You want to get killed?" The Google Translate result, however, is not that good. Oh boy. The Google Translate result has Koga saying, "Noisy. I want to be killed." While the Deep L translation result is a bit more accurate. And honestly, a bit more fitting with Koga, with the translation coming up as, "Shut up! You want me to kill you?" Going from the Google Translate results, definitely the second sentence would need to be reworded to, "You want to be killed," and ended as a question, even though the Japanese text has an exclamation mark. But it is a little interesting that the Deep L translation gets the result of "You want me to kill you," while the English and Google Translate results are "Do you want to be killed?" With the English and Google Translate results basically being like, "Do you want to cause a problem and get yourself killed?" While the Deep L translation result is pretty much just Koga being incredibly annoyed as is, and it's just like, "Look, if you don't shut up now, I'm gonna kill you myself." I don't need to translate that. That's just a shriek of fear.
おい、安狼。人間を助けるとはどういう風の吹き回しだ？
Alright. From InuYasha. In the English version, he says, "Hey, scrawny wolf, why are you helping humans all of a sudden?" According to the translation... Okay, the Google Translate result's a little weird. The Google Translate result is having InuYasha apparently say, "Hey, skinny wolf, what kind of a jerk is this helping humans?" I don't know, I feel like that can be reworded. And the Deep L translation result is broken. Because, of course. Let's see. InuYasha calling out, "Hey, skinny wolf," or "scrawny wolf," whatever. That can stay. Considering the translated result does have jerk in there, I think rewording it, it should be, "Why is a jerk like you helping humans?" It would definitely fit better with the English versions, "Why are you helping humans all of a sudden?" But also still plays into the rivalry InuYasha has with him, so the animosity between them is definitely more present from the translated result.
んなんだ犬っころ、てめえには関係ねえ。掴んだろ。
Alright, let's see here. From Koga, in the English version, he says, "What's it to you, mutt? It's none of your business. Go sit down and leave us alone." According to the Google Translate result, Koga says, "Huh? What are you talking about, you little dog? None of your business. Stay out of here." I mean, they both pretty much get the same point across. The English version definitely decided to add some flair with "Go sit down and leave us alone." I mean, that works because you could interpret that as Koga being like us, his tribe of wolf demons in the forest. Otherwise, the English version could have been, "And leave me alone." I don't know. I'm fine with either version, I guess, in this case.
なんだと？
This one should be easy enough. Given the situation, it should be InuYasha saying, "What was that?" In the English version, they just have InuYasha say, "What?" The Google Translate result also comes out with, "What?" I do think to play up, again, to play up the animosity they have for each other, I'd probably extend the translation to, "What was that?"
気になるのかよ。
Let's see. In the English version here, Koga says, "You really want to know?" But according to the Google Translate result, Koga says, "Does it bother you?"
じゃあ教えてやる。カゴメがなくしたハンケチを探してるのさ。
Then, for here, in the English version, Koga says, "Well then, I'll tell you. I'm looking for Kagome's handkerchief that she lost." From the Google Translate result, Koga says, "Well then, I'll tell you. I'm looking for the hankechi that Kagome lost." It decided to transliterate it, but I'm pretty sure it's because Koga doesn't know what Kagome was referring to, and it is supposed to be the handkerchief. Like, wording-wise, I do prefer the Google Translate result. Because honestly, it does come off a bit easier to say than, "I'm looking for Kagome's handkerchief that she lost," to instead just be, "I'm looking for the handkerchief that Kagome lost." Like, I don't know, that just feels a bit easier. Same time, Hank and Mocha say, are you ready for the big fun moment that we're gonna get into? I'm only here in Ayame Village to pick up a few things.
カゴメのハンケチ？
And then InuYasha saying Hankichi as well, because he's like, well, he's just repeating what Koga's saying, but he probably doesn't know what a handkerchief is. I hope I can stay the whole stream this time. Excited to see what goes down. Well, thankfully, this section won't take too long, because this event's gonna end soon-ish. And then we're gonna... Oh, wait, no. Then I need to get through the mountain pass. Oh, boy. Well, we'll see. It'll definitely be soon. But let's just say the translation results for what's coming up next are really interesting. So for this scene, InuYasha says Kagome's handkerchief. But from the Google Translate result, InuYasha says Kagome's hankechi. Again, I do think the Japanese version is a little better in this regard because InuYasha's repeating what Koga said because neither of them really know what a handkerchief is. So they're like, we're just looking for this thing that belongs to Kagome that she apparently lost.
Ah, so da.
We don't know what it is, we just know it's Kagome, so we know it has her scent on it. Let's see. In the English version, Koga just responds with yes, which, god fucking damn it, the English team absolutely could have done better. The Google Translate result sadly isn't that different, with Koga saying, oh yes. I actually do think I'd reword it to Koga saying, yeah, that's right, Bing, and just kind of act a bit smug. Because it definitely sounded like he was a little smug there. Like, yeah, that's right. I'm looking for something that belongs to Kagome.
なんだそれ。
And then here, confirmation that InuYasha and Koga have no idea what they're actually talking about or looking for. Because in the English version, InuYasha asks, what's that? And from the Google Translate result, InuYasha asks, what is that? They don't know what a handkerchief is, and it makes sense. Don't need to translate that. Koga's just like, shit, what even is it?
とにかくカゴメの匂いがついてるもんを探してんだよ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Koga tries to recover himself with, anyway, I'm looking for something that has Kagome's scent on it. While the Google Translate result has Koga saying, anyway, I'm looking for something that smells like Kagome. I mean, they're pretty much the same. You could really take either or. I'm perfectly comfortable with them because the wording on both the English version and the Google Translate result are perfectly fine.
なんでおめえが探すんだよ。
Let's see here. And then for this one, in the English version, InuYasha asks, why are you looking for it? Which is also what the Google Translate result has, so, alright.
なんでだと？俺の女が困ってるからに決まってるじゃねえか。
In the English version, Koga responds with, why? Of course, I'm gonna help my girl out when she needs help. While the Google Translate result has Koga saying, why? Because my woman is in trouble, of course. Honestly, the Google Translate result is better in regards to Koga because his whole shtick is referring to Kagome as his woman. Even in the English version of the anime, so... The English version of the game, just having him call her my girl, which... Semantics can pretty much mean the same thing. It's a little weird when it is honestly a little weird when Koga refers to Kagome as anything other than her name or my woman.
俺の女。
Let's see. Here from InuYasha. Of course, the response you'd expect from InuYasha. In the English version, your girl. While from the Google Translate results, you could very much hear from his voice, like, he was very tempted to just go on the attack there, with the translation being, your woman.
相変わらず分かってねえな。
In the English version, InuYasha then just shoots back with, you're so delusional. But from the Google Translate result, InuYasha's response is, you still don't get it.
おめえみたいなバカに探してもらってもカゴメは喜ばねえんだよ。
Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha says, even if you look for a handkerchief like an idiot, it's not going to make her happy. I mean, if she's distressing over it, sure it would. But considering it seems to be Koga just looking for it on his own, I don't think Kagome really cares. But according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha is saying, Kagome wouldn't be happy if an idiot like you looked for her. Which is a little interesting, because, it kind of changes the context. Provided the Google Translate result is in full, the English version is InuYasha saying, like, even if you look for this thing that belongs to Kagome, it's not going to make her happy. But from the Translate result, it seems to be suggesting that if Kagome was in a dangerous situation and Koga was the one who went looking for her, that, like, Kagome wouldn't be as happy about it as she tends to be when it's InuYasha from every instance in the series.
バカだとこの犬から。
And of course, they're just gonna keep getting in a pissing match. Oh, I have the corn. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Let's see. In the English version, Koga responds with... So, voiced, in the English version, Koga responds with, what did you say? Oh, wait, no, never mind. God, my eyes are failing me. In the English version, Koga says, did you say idiot? Mutt? While according to the Google... the Google Translate result is, idiot? You stupid dog!
おめえには悪いが、俺が先に見つけ出してやる。
Let's see here. In the English version here, InuYasha quips back with, sorry to say, but I'll be the one to find it. While, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, I'm sorry about that, but I'll find it first. I mean, definitely worded differently, but I could be fine with either or.
おめえの鼻より何倍も優れたこの俺の鼻でな。じゃあな。
All right. And then in the English version, InuYasha follows with, "My nose is 1,000 times better than yours. See ya." While the Google Translate result has InuYasha saying, "My nose is so many times better than yours. See ya then."
てめえ待ちやがれ。
Oh, that was a good yell from Koga's Japanese voice, though. In the English version, Koga just calls out, "You! Wait!" The Google Translate result, though, transliterated the teme, which, yeah, is one way to say you, but it's usually in a very aggressive, very unkind way, let's just say. But just kind of given Koga's personality, and especially when it comes to him and InuYasha, I do think the translation should be Koga calling out, "Bastard! Wait!" I don't need to translate that. That's Kagome calling out for Koga.
コウガくん、あれもういない。
And then from here, in the English version, Kagome says, "Koga!" Huh? He's not here anymore. But from the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Koga!" Oh, he's gone. So not that he's not here anymore, but he just left.
うっかりしてたな。なくしたと思ってたハンカチ、犬夜叉にあげたの忘れてた。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome continues with, "I thought I had lost my handkerchief, but I'd forgotten that I lent it to InuYasha." But from the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Oh dear, I thought I had lost my handkerchief. I forgot I gave it to InuYasha." And that's it. That's it for the event. But for that thing the thing I'm after, I need to go back to where we fought Utsugi and Kagura. And hey, now I can finally count fights again.
また無駄な争いを。
No, that's single target. You need to hit everything.
くたばりな。うわー。よし。
Ooh, nice damage and that 999.
行きますよ。くらえ。
I mean, sure, I could have just passed on Sango's turn, let her keep her 2 energy, and have Roku clean everything up in 1. But whatever.
成敗いたしましたな。ま、こんなもんで。
see. This one. Up. There we go. And sadly, you can't see it. Just gotta run around, mash, and there we go.
いいもの見つけた。
With this, we found... Oh, come on. The Golden Seed, which gives access to my favorite Mystery Field event. Sadly, we're not gonna be able to see it for quite a while because, well, I still need to finish up the one that's currently there. And I now need 16 more fights for that one to finish first.
また無駄な争いを。
Ow. Alright. Yeah, Moroku is coming up next, so I may as well.
うん。 これではどうです。風間。
Thanks, Moroku. Yeah, no, that didn't take too long. Hopefully it won't take too long to get through, the next pass before we arrive in Minamo. More than likely, we're gonna end up taking a break before we actually reach Minamo and start getting into the really juicy stuff.
返り討ちにしてやる。よし。燃え盛る炎よ。怒りの刃となれ。
Actually, one way to find out if I did keep those levels. Do you have the ultimate backlash ready? Yes, you do! Okay, so everyone's good to go. You just don't have the energy for it. Huh. Right, no, this was the most recent area we went through in the story, so of course these guys are going to be a little tough. Nice crit shippo! Well, that was an attack. Love Moroku, I think he's one of my favorites. Yeah, no, like, Moroku is a really good character.
Yes. Yes.
You know what? You've got your rapid fire now, right? Go for it. I figured that wouldn't kill them, but it's still an AoE that she has, so it's fine by me. Alright, next fight Next fight I get into, if Michiru gets fast enough, I'll have him heal everyone up.
成敗いたしましたな。
Let's see. So 7 and she gets 6. Oh, hey! Yeah, no, everyone just got their shit back again. Okay. Alright, that's Kagome and Moroku's co-op tech, Kagome and Shippo's co-op tech, and Shippo learned Smashing Top. I really fought like him at first, but as things went on, I just couldn't help it. You know, like, I know a lot of people really don't like Moroku because of his lecherous nature, but if you can look past that and see his actual good qualities, he's a pretty good character. And I definitely know some people who just hang on to that whole, like, Moroku's such a pervert, I will never like him. It's like, that's really the only thing you see then. Alright. Can I reach Minamo Village in 20 minutes? Probably. Alright. It's been a while since I've checked random items, so I need to find out what the hell this is. Master's Elixir. Alright. I can figure out what that does later. The perviness is what put me off of it at first, and he's so interesting under that layer. Very fond of him. Yeah, I totally get that. I totally get that. The whole lechery thing definitely can be a huge issue. Because it's unfortunately a huge fucking trope when it comes to, Japanese media. Like, take a look at Master Roshi or from Dragon Ball, or Jiraiya from Naruto. Or to an extent, even Kakashi, because he's always pulling out one of Jiraiya's books to read. No, that's for later. But besides the pervertedness, Moroku has a lot of shit going on. And honestly, as far as his personal story is concerned, Moroku being a pervert the way he is honestly pretty in line with his character, because there's a reason for it. Oh god, I need to remember what the hell these do! I need something to heal everyone with. This might be a bit. What the hell does this do? That's for energy, I don't need that. What's this? Stamina and energy? No, too much. Come on, we're something that just heals everybody's HP. That recovers from... okay, hold on. I need something that heals everybody. Fully recovered that. It's one person. I think this is it. Fully restore everyone's health. Yep, there we go. Had a massive crush on Kakashi when I was younger, so I guess I might have some vague bias for restoring characters just past that. Need to analyze, yeah. Kakashi, I can understand people having a crush on him because, like, he does have a bit of mystery to him, or at least he used to. But he was also, like, the wise mentor character and called everyone out on their bullshit. Like, Kakashi is a pretty good character. Alright, good crit on a standard hit. Too terribly big into Naruto. I didn't get too far into Naruto myself. The furthest I got, like, in a consecutive watch through is, the shit with Zabuza. And then I watched bits and pieces of the Chunin exam arc, and then I just kind of dropped off. And then I tried watching a little bit of Shippuden, and I did not get very far. So, I don't know, it didn't really interest me all that much. I can get why people would be interested in Naruto, I just don't think it's for me. Well, at least I'm getting the fights I want, I guess. I could never fully watch it all the way through. I kept watching other shows. I follow a lot of Gara OCRs, though. Oh shit, not you! Don't you dare! Well, thank God. That was that thing's freaking instant kill move. Fucking hate it. Alright, that's it. Smashing top, you're gonna die. Probably not, because Shippo's pretty weak. Oh god, it actually did! Okay! Sure, why not? You don't have yours yet, do you? No. You're not gonna have it for a while. Actually, do you have a contact with InuYasha available? No. Give us Songo. I think I showed that off. You know what? Yeah, I'll waste InuYasha's energy. May as well show off his ultimate technique, the ultimate backlash wave. That's a little interesting. So in the English version, when using the ultimate backlash wave, Richard Ian Cox as InuYasha does say ultimate backlash wave. But here, InuYasha just slowly says Bakeruha, which is the Japanese name of the backlash wave, like he's putting all of his strength behind it. And honestly, it works. Oh hey! Now I got Michiru's ultimate technique, the Light of Judgment. The likelihood of using it in a playthrough, though, considering its cost and drawback, are very slim. I don't really need to check any of these items. So a lot of it is stuff that we've already got before. Don't want to go down because that's for later.
いいもの見つけた。
Actually, I've got some time to kill. Let's see if we can get into some more fights, because that way would have led us out of here and to Minamo Village. But I kind of don't want to start it and then go to a break. I'd rather start it after one, because again, there's a lot that we're going to be doing.
また無駄な争いを。
And a lot that I'm going to be translating, because it gets spicy.
行きますよ。風間。 成敗いたしましたな。ま。お、いいもの見つけた。
Hey, whatever gets me more fights and kills more time before break.
みんな気をつけて。
Right now. Here.
見ておれ。
Oh, nice. If they survive this, it'll be harder for them to land hits. So, may as well do this. For the Light of Judgment. In the English version, its description is that it performs a miracle, and it says, in exchange for all strength, deals heavy damage to all enemies. There's no other attack in the game, tech, special tech, or even co-op tech that says they do heavy damage. At most, they do great damage. The translation here is, in exchange for all physical strength, deal very large damage to all enemies. This is the most powerful attack in the game. But, that description, in exchange for all physical strength, plus it costs 3 units of energy. After you use it, you die. Like, Michiru's health just goes straight to 0. Powerful, but incredibly risky. But also it makes sense, because Kururugi is not used to their power. Let's see. Don't need to go any further, because that'll be for later. So may as well head back. And then once we get to the world map, I'll go for a break. Hey, at least I'm getting extra fights along the way.
し。
Yeah, no, may as well try to build that energy back up after using it.
燃え盛る炎よ、怒りの刃となれ。やったぞ。おし。
往生しやがれ。鬼人結晶。もらった。
ナイス犬夜叉。
うん。行きますよ。風間。成敗いたしましたな。怒りの刃となれ。やったぞ。
はい。負けないわよ。乱れ打ち。聞いたかな。
Honestly, though, InuYasha having those 2 units of energy is going to come in real handy later.
よし。
サンゴさんかっこいい。まだまだ。はい。行きますよ。くらえ。よし。
Alright, Shippo, just let him have it. Alright. Well, we're at the world map, so we're gonna take a quick little break. And we're back. Now, Let's see what happens.
はあ、やっと人のいるところまで着いた。
Now then. In the English version, Kururugi says, "Finally, we've made it back to civilization." While according to Google Translate, Kururugi says, "Finally, we got to where the people are, where the people were." I do think that needs to be reworded, but the wording for both the English version and the translated version very much implies that they've been on the road for a while. And considering the closest town to Minamo Village is Kasasagi Town, that means the pass between Kasasagi and Minamo Village is actually pretty fucking long. So they were probably on that path for a few days. Probably about a week. As for rewording the Google Translate result, I definitely don't want to go with the English version because that just sounds a little over the top. We've made it back to civilization. But the translate results, finally we got to where the people are, just doesn't feel right. I'm pretty sure the Japanese word for village isn't in this text, but the one I was thinking was finally we got to a village, but I think working with what's here, I think rewording it to finally we made it somewhere with people would also work just fine.
ほら腹が減ったな。
Alright, Shippo. Let's see what you've got. In the English version, Shippo exclaims, "I'm starving!" Implying that they likely ran out of food on in that last day before arriving to the village, or they may have been without for a little bit, or running low. According to the Google Translate result, though, Shippo's saying, "I'm hungry now." I mean, pretty much the same thing, but I think the English version is kind of exaggerating by having Shippo say he's starving. Probably reword the translation to, "I'm so hungry."
久々に布団で寝られそうだ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Sango says, "Looks like we'll be able to sleep in a bed for the first time in ages." So again, going by what Sango says, considering the last time they would have been able to sleep in a bed is at Kaede's, most likely, unless they stayed in an inn for a night at Kasasagi, unless they just passed through within a day, or less than a day. Yeah, they've been on the road for a while to reach Minamo. According to the Google Translate result, though, Sango's saying, "It looks like I'll be able to sleep on a futon for the first time in a while." I do think that can be reworded from, "It looks like I'll be able to sleep," to "It looks like we'll be able to sleep." But also, there is a noticeable difference with the English version saying for the first time in ages, while the Google Translate result has for the first time in a while. So, again, the English version very much trying to exaggerate.
布団別に地べただって寝られんじゃねえかよ。
Let's see, from InuYasha. In the English version, InuYasha questions, a bed? What's wrong with sleeping on the ground? The Google Translate result did turn out a bit weird, but can be easily fixed. According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, futon. I mean, you can't sleep on the ground, can you? Which, given it's InuYasha and the conversation, it should be, I mean, you can sleep on the ground, can't you?
何言ってるのよ。
In the English version, Kagome's response is, come on, you can't be serious. But according to the Google Translate result, Kagome's response is, what are you talking about? I do think the Google Translate result could be fine as a don't tell me you're serious. Or, using the English versions, you can't be serious. But it's a little interesting because the English version ends on an exclamation mark. The Google Translate result ends on a question mark. But the Japanese text ends on a period. Let's see. What does Kagome say? In the English version, Kagome continues with, a bed's way better. While, according to the Google Translate result, Kagome continues with, of course a futon is best. I mean, again, worded differently, but pretty much the same thing, so not too bad, but...
そうだよ。今夜は虫とか蛇とか気にせず眠れるんだな。
Okay, no, that... Okay, the way Michiru speaks here is interesting compared to the English version. In the English version, Kururugi responds with, exactly. Tonight we can sleep without worrying about bugs and snakes. And ends on an exclamation mark. Whereas the Japanese text ends on a pair of ellipses. According to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's response is, that's right. Tonight I can sleep without worrying about bugs or snakes. And given the way Kururugi spoke in Japanese, like, they're very not comfortable with having to sleep around bugs and snakes. But I do think the tonight I can be changed to a tonight we. Because then it does surprisingly match up with the English version. The only difference is English version starting with exactly, while the translation starts with that's right, and then of course just the way it ends, the English version being an exclamation mark, like Kururugi's excited that finally I don't have to sleep around bugs or snakes. But from the Japanese version, Kururugi expressing their discomfort with having to sleep around bugs and snakes.
泊まるかどうかはともかく風呂はいいですな。
Let's see here. Uh, in the English version, Moroku says, it's still up in the air whether or not we'll stay the night. But I like the thought of having a bath. Which is interesting, because that's not at all what he says in the translation. Hold on. I need to bring up the other one just to double check. Okay, yeah. The default translator slightly broken, but is pretty much the same thing as the Google Translate, which is Moroku apparently saying, whether we stay or not, the floor is nice. So, I like to take it as Moroku doesn't care as long as, like, doesn't care whether or not we stay in the village. Like, I guess he's saying that sleeping on a floor is better than sleeping on the ground. That's the only thing I can think of. But it's interesting that the English version added unnecessary text with Moroku mentioning, but I like the thought of having a bath. Granted, English version does kind of play off of that, but I'm pretty sure the Japanese version brings up a situation where a bath gets brought up anyway.
おめえら奈落のこと忘れてんじゃねえだろうな。宿なんか寄ってる暇ねえんだぞ。
Actually, I kind of wanted... I almost want to have another look at Moroku's. Because I almost want to say that he's not talking about the floor. Like, it could be that that the translation from Moroku should be, whether we stay or not, a bath is nice. Like, that could be the case, and then it ties the bath to the English version. Let's see, from InuYasha. In the English version, he responds with, I hope you people aren't forgetting about Naraku. We don't have time to stay in an inn. While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha speaks up with, you guys haven't forgotten about Naraku, have you? We don't have time to stay at an inn. Okay, so Kagome mentions Furo, so I am pretty sure that's supposed to be bath, because now the conversation is supposed to be about a bath. So Moroku does mention whether we stay or not, a bath would be nice. So Moroku at the very least is like, whether we stay the night or not, doesn't matter, as long as we can have a bath. Alright, so, now that we've established Furo is bath, in the English version, Kagome says, a bath, not a cold water bath, but a real hot bath. And of course, it's at this point that the conversations will change depending on what route you're on. Let's see. According to Google Translate... Okay, both the translators are being a little iffy here, but... let's see... Okay, So, just looking at the Japanese text and trying to fix that with both the English. Trying to see what I can do with the translation, comparing it to the English version. Kagome should be saying a bath. Not cold water. A nice hot bath. That's the best I could make out from it, because the translators are being a little screwy.
そうだね。久しぶりに頭も洗えるよ。これでシャンプーがあれば嬉しいんだけどな。
Alright. And here's the mention of shampoo. Which... yeah. Pretty much, whatever route you're on, this is the point to, like, talk about the bath and Kururugi wishing they had shampoo. Whatever happens after that is based on what route you're on. In the English version, Kururugi says, yeah, I'll be able to wash my hair, finally. Wish I had some shampoo, though. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, that's right, I can finally wash my hair. If only I had shampoo, I'd be happy. And since we're on Kagome's route,
シャンプー何使ってるの？
Kagome's the one who makes the response. With Kagome asking, in the English version, Michiru, what kind of shampoo do you use? While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome asks Michiru-kun, what shampoo do you use? Which, pretty much the same. But then, the response to Kagome depends on whether you're playing as Michiru or Kaname. Kaname will start to mention what brand she uses. Michiru, on the other hand...
そこにあるのを使うって感じかな。
In the English version, Michiru answers with whatever's there, I guess. While the Google Translate result has Michiru respond with, I guess I'll just use what's there.
そんなんじゃダメよ。私はね。
Which, I don't, because I'm pretty sure back in 2004, there wasn't really a lot for men's bathing products. So, like, especially as far as teenage boys were concerned, I don't think they really cared. In the English version, Kagome responds with, you can't do that. I use... And it's about to go into suggestions of what Michiru should use. From the Google Translate result, Kagome responds with, that's no good. And it's about to do the same thing. But...
おう、お二人とも仲のよろしいことですな。
Here we go! This... Oh, hold up. Not Moroku, but what's coming up is what I've been looking forward to translating. In the English version, Moroku remarks, you guys sure get along. While, according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, oh, you two get along well.
そんなんじゃないけど、かごめさんは同じ時代の人だから話してるとホッとするんだ。
All right. In the English version, Michiru responds to Moroku with, it's not like that, but we're from the same world, so we have a lot in common. The Google Translate result is quite different. According to Google Translate, Michiru's response is, it's not that. Kagome-san is from the same era as me, so I feel at ease when I talk to her. There's the difference already. In the English version, Michiru's just like, oh, it's not that we're close, like, it's just easy to talk to her because we have a lot in common. But from the translation, Michiru's response is like, Kagome's from the same era I am, so talking to her makes me feel at ease. Being around and talking to Kagome is incredibly calming and soothing to Michiru. But now, we get to an even more important part. What does Kagome say?
InuYashaは話なんか聞いてもくれないしね。
In the English version, Kagome says, anyway, InuYasha doesn't listen to me when I talk. From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, InuYasha won't even listen to me. From the Deep L translation result, Kagome says, InuYasha never listens to me.
その点、ちゃんと付き合ってくれるし。
In the English version, Kagome follows up with, Michiru, thank you for always listening to me. From the Google translation, Kagome says, Michiru-kun, in that respect, he'll be there for you. From the Deep L translation result, Kagome says, Michiru, on the other hand, is a bit of a different story, and he's always there for me.
すごく嬉しい。ありがとう。
In the English version, Kagome ends this conversation when I can get to it with, I'm grateful to have a friend like you. From the Google translation result, Kagome ends with, I'm very happy, thank you. No mention of friend. From the Deep L translation result, Kagome ends with, I'm so glad I found you. Thank you. I just want to go through that whole conversation again from Kagome. From English and both translations. And I'm going to say the entire thing in sequence. Because it kind of goes to show that whoever was in charge of the English script seemed to be prioritizing the actual pairings from the anime and manga rather than what the game is trying to do, which is, let's disrupt that shit. So in the English version, Kagome's whole side of the conversation here is, anyway, InuYasha doesn't listen to me when I talk. Michiru, thank you for always listening to me. I'm grateful to have a friend like you. So, very clearly, the English version is trying to make Kagome friend-zone Michiru. But then from the translations, the Google Translate results, in full, is Kagome saying, InuYasha won't even listen to me. Michiru, in that respect, he'll be there for you. I'm very happy. Thank you. And from the Deep L translation result, which I am very much more on board with, is Kagome saying, "InuYasha never listens to me." Michiru, on the other hand, is a bit of a different story, and he's always there for me. I'm so glad I found you. Thank you. Remember, this is supposed to be a romance route.
Toki?
And now, Michiru is starting to get affected. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts are weird. My heart skipped a beat. These two never fail to be adorable, I swear. Yeah, like, the Japanese version very much is trying to play up that Kagome very much enjoys having Michiru around. Like, Michiru does for Kagome what InuYasha doesn't. And she's incredibly grateful for it. The Deep L translations result ending on "I'm so glad I found you," which I am also willing to accept it being reworded as "I'm so glad I met you," hits real fucking hard. Because it almost makes it come off as Michiru is what Kagome's been missing. Whether you want to have Kagome say, "I'm so glad I met you because now I feel happier than I've ever been," or Kagome saying, "I'm so glad I found you," for the same reason. Like, Michiru being around makes Kagome feel so incredibly happy. Like, there's so much you can get out of what the translation is. But then the English version just goes and screws it all up by having Kagome try to friend zone him. Because the English team apparently just would rather stick with the manga and anime pairings. Every day I get closer to giving Kagome and Michiru a next-gen kid to interact with my... Funny you should mention that, Kinmoku-say. There was an artist that I met a few years ago who did a piece on theoretical two kids between Michiru and Kagome. Sadly, they don't have their account anymore, but I was able to adopt those characters because I was like, oh, I like that idea. Right, for this bit, in the English version, they have Kururugi's inner thoughts be weird. My heart skipped a beat. According to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, huh? Heart pounding? Which, yeah, Doki is more a sound effect used to denote when someone's heart is beating, especially in a romantic sense. That's why Doki Doki is a thing. But as far as a translation goes, I do think that it should be more Kururugi's thoughts being, huh? My heart? Even though Kururugi's not saying kokoro, which means heart, I do think it would still work in the situation. Because it's like, oh, my heart feels weird. And I'm surprised that took all of 30 minutes. Jesus Christ. That one conversation exchange just fucking kills me. In the English version, Shippo says, "Michiru, what's up? Your face is all red." But according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "Michiru, what's wrong? Your face is red." which is a little interesting. Technically, what the English version has is the same as the translation, but it could be interpreted as, from the translated version, that Shippo thinks something might be wrong with Michiru. Like, maybe they're sick or something, because usually there are cases when there have been cases in Japanese media where if one character sees another character blushing, they think they might be sick and running a fever. So it could play up on that idea, like Shippo sees Michiru's face turning red and is like, uh-oh, are you feeling sick? Are you okay? But the English version's what's up, it's just like, hey, what's going on?
そんなことないよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru's response is, no, it's not! While the Google Translate result is Michiru's response being, that's not true. But also, like, the fact that Kagome's portrait was smiling the entire time she said, InuYasha never listens to me. But Michiru's different. He's always there. Thank you. Thank you, I feel so happy. It's like, at the very least, the Japanese version is very much leaning into the potential romance aspect. Anyway, from Kagome here, in the English version, she says, let's look for an inn, quickly. According to the Google Translate results, Kagome says, hey, let's find a place to stay, quickly. I do almost want to reword it a bit to, hey, let's hurry and find a place to stay. I don't really need to translate that. That's just Kururugi trying to recompose and be like, yeah. Whereas the English version just has Kururugi Michiru respond with yes. God damn it. But trust me, it gets worse. These things are going to get worse. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Talk to you. Even though you're not voiced. It's still important. Let's see here. In the English version, this character is saying, I'm cleaning right now. You're in the way. Get out of here. While according to the Google Translate result, they're saying, I'm just cleaning up. And then apparently the rest translates to, get in the way, you're over there. I'm pretty sure it should say, you're in the way, get out of here. Or go over there. Alright. And now we're gonna get a typical Moroku moment. But also, in the English version, this conversation starts incredibly weird. Oh my god, it sounds just as weird in Japanese. Oh boy. What are you saying? In the English version, he says, "Oh my, men, and young ones too." According to Google Translate, he's saying, "Oh, it's a man! A young man!"
その言葉すごく怖いんですが。
Then Michiru's reaction in the English version is, your enthusiasm's kind of creeping me out. According to Google Translate, Michiru's response is, those words are really scary. Taken out of context, absolutely they are.
最近この村じゃ若い男が次々と神隠しにあっとるんじゃ。おかげで周りはじいさんだらけよ。
In the English version, the old man continues with, the young men in our village have been spirited away lately. Nothing but old cronies around here now. According to Google Translate, he continues with, recently, young men have been spirited away one after another in this village. Because of that, there are a lot of old men around. I mean, the English version is definitely being more flavorful, but they both pretty much mean the same thing. They're both getting the same deal across. Okay, Moroku, what do you say here in Japanese? What do you say here? Because in the English version, Moroku's response is, that really isn't our concern. Okay, according to Google Translate, Moroku's response instead is, that's not a very interesting story. Alright. Interesting. I mean, the English version is definitely playing up Moroku's lack of interest, of being like, okay, we don't care. When he's just talking about himself, though. He's just like, a bunch of men are missing? Whatever. I don't need to translate that. That's just Sango calling out monk. In the English version, she calls out Moroku because the English dub got rid of the whole thing of Sango calling him Hoshi-sama or simply monk, and just straight up putting in his name.
いやいや、若い女もいなくなっとるんじゃが。
Let's see. In the English version, the old man continues with... Oh, hold on. In the English version, the old man continues with, and the young women have been disappearing too. And according to the Google Translate results, the old man says, oh no, the young women are gone too. As trying to follow up like, oh, the fact that the young men are missing doesn't catch your interest? The young women are gone too, you know. And typical Moroku. In the English version, Moroku's response is, what? Now that is an important matter. From Google Translate, the result's not the best, but I can reword it a little. The result it's giving me from Moroku is, what is it? Isn't that a big deal? But to reword it, I'd instead have Moroku say, what was that? Now that's a big problem. Or now that, Yeah, now that's a big problem. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd go with.
奉仕様
And again. But the English version, Sango goes with Muroku! Interesting. So it looks like what Kaede's been saying is what Kakuju told us is true. Right, I need to go over here first. Alright.
宿だって？俺らは宿なんかに泊まったことがないからわからねえな。
Right, no. This is another interaction that I'm really interested in checking the translation for. Because considering there's kind of been an establishment now that the English version doesn't exactly care for the idea of Kururugi getting romantically involved with the original characters. I'm curious what difference there is with this interaction coming up. In the English version, this character says an inn. I've never stayed in one personally, so I wouldn't know. According to the Google Translate results, he surprisingly says nearly the same thing with an inn. I've never stayed in an inn, so I don't know.
そうですか。お忙しいところ失礼しました。
Let's see. Moroku's response in the English version is, I see. Well, sorry for disturbing you. According to the Google Translate result, Moroku's response is that so? Sorry for bothering you when you're busy.
しょうがない。次の村まで行こうか。夕暮れまでにはきっとつけるよ。
Alright. In the English version, Michiru's response is, we'll just have to go to the next village. We should get there before sundown. But according to Google Translate, the result has Michiru say, well, why don't we just go to the next village? I'm sure we can get there before dusk. Honestly, I kind of like the wording for the translated result.
奈落のことが気がかりだし、それもいいかもね。
Let's see here. From Sango. In the English version, she says, I'm worried about Naraku, so that sounds like a plan. The Google Translate result isn't too different, with Sango saying, I'm worried about Naraku, so that might be a good idea.
今夜は宿に泊まれると思っとったのに。
Alright, Shippo. What do you have here? In the English version, Shippo says, I was really looking forward to staying in an inn tonight. While according to Google Translate, Shippo is apparently saying, I thought I'd be able to stay at the inn tonight. You could replace, I thought I'd be able to, I thought we'd be able to, but whatever. Otherwise, perfectly fine.
そんじゃあさっさと行こうぜ。早くしねえと夜になっちまうぞ。
Alright. What do you got this time, InuYasha? Because this time the scene's all you. In the English version, InuYasha says, well, we should get going. If we don't hurry, it'll be nighttime soon. According to Google Translate's result, InuYasha says, well then, let's get going. If we don't hurry, it'll be night before then.
InuYasha, お座り。
Okay, I do like how in the Japanese version, Kagome is just so casual with that one. Every other time she's uttered the sit command in this game was either out of annoyance when InuYasha was beating the hell out of Shippo, or out of sheer disgust when InuYasha just decided to sniff her out of nowhere and she just freaked out because, yeah, that's disgusting. In the English version, Kagome does raise her voice a little when saying, InuYasha, sit. But, again, her tone is much calmer here. Like, she speaks much more calmly, like, InuYasha, sit. It's not because he's in trouble or anything. It's like, hold on. I know that if I try to stop you any other way, you're gonna fight. I need you to sit put. I need you to be in, like, I just need you to stand there. And the only way I can do that is to say sit.
Kagome, てめえ、何すんだい?
All right. In the English version, after InuYasha eats dirt, he says, hey, Kagome, what are you doing? According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, Kagome, what are you doing? Because, of course, he doesn't know why she said that. She just said that out of the blue. She has a reason for it, though. Because she always has a reason to use the sit command. It's never for malicious intent. Despite what other people might... Despite what the people who don't like Kagome might tell you. She has never used it for malicious intent. It's always been because InuYasha's been a shithead. So it's deserved. Or in some cases to save his life. There have only been a couple instances where she said it by accident and she has apologized for it.
やっぱり前の戦いの傷が開いちゃってる。
That was a sigh. Kind of a disappointed sigh, but it makes sense. In the English version, Kagome says, I thought so. Your cut is opened up again. From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, as I thought. Your wounds from the previous battle have reopened. The reason she used the sit command on InuYasha here is because she wanted to check on his wounds and knew that he wouldn't let her. Because he was trying to hide them. So why would he let her see her? So why would he let her see them? She had to force the issue. In the English version, InuYasha's response was, don't touch it. From the Google Translate result, ignoring the because that's usually a sound of being in pain. InuYasha saying, hey, don't touch me! But it could also be reworded to, hey, don't touch it! I think that just says a lot about their dynamic in comparison to her and Michiru, honestly. I mean, true, but comparatively, Kagome hasn't known Michiru for as long as she has InuYasha. If we want to get into specifics, technicalities, Kagome has known InuYasha for 2 months longer than she's known Michiru.
本当にもう隠したってわかるんだからね。
Because remember, or actually, for those who weren't here when I started, or have heard me theorize this, it's very likely that due to what both is and is not present in the game, the very beginning of Cursed Mask starts right after Season 2 of the anime's contents. That being when InuYasha first learns the backlash wave. And I like playing with the idea that each season of the anime is about 1 month of time. There is an exception I can make for the Band of 7 arc because they split that between 2 seasons and... Jesus Christ. That would just be annoying to try and piece together. But... in that case, if we go with my theorized plotting of each season is about a month, then the first 2 seasons is 2 months of time. So, Kagome has known InuYasha longer than Michiru, that's absolutely for sure. But we also know that a lot of time has passed in Cursed Mask because we have Suzumi Village as our example. So around by the time we reach Minamo Village, it's been about 2 to 2.5 months since Michiru arrived in the world. Let's see. For this part from Kagome, in the English version, she remarks, "What were you thinking trying to hide it like that?" The Google Translate result apparently has Kagome saying, "Now I know you've hidden it." Which, I don't know if I'd go with that. But the DeepL translation result's not that much better with Kagome saying, "I know you're hiding it." I think... actually, hold on. Kinmoku-say, would you mind going into a bit of detail on that? Regarding Kagome's dynamic with InuYasha compared to Michiru? Hold on. I need to try and look at these individually. I was mostly just talking about the wound bit and him not showing her. That's really all. The whole thing of, like, Kagome understands InuYasha so well that she's like, okay, no, I have to sit. I have to sit you in order to check that. Like, that's what you were trying to get at, right? Let's see. The translation result for this is a little weird for me to try and get. Because doing the whole thing from Google Translate comes off with, "Now I know you've hidden it." But taking it apart, a line at a time, the translation has the first part as "really already," and then the second part as "because I know you hid it." I don't know what the hell to do with this one. I think... Ah, god damn it. So I definitely need to keep a thing of, like, Kagome knows he was hiding the... Hold on. No, I think I know what it could be then. Because, again, taking it apart. Yeah, I think I could use the two parts. So, using the first part, being really already. First part could be Kagome saying, really now. And then the second part, translating as because I know you hit it. Could be I know you've been hiding it, so together I guess it could be really now. I know you've been hiding it. Referring to the injuries. And once again, Michiru's heart is skipping a beat. In the English version, Kururugi thinks, huh? Again? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's inner thoughts are, again.
こんなの舐めときゃ治んだよ。
In the English version from InuYasha, he says, I'll just lick it and it'll be better. But according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha just says, the Google Translate result has InuYasha saying, don't underestimate this, you'll get better. I think it's supposed to be, don't underestimate me, it'll get better. Because, honestly, that's just in InuYasha's character. But the Deep L translation, while a little iffy, does still mention him licking his wound. So I think the translation... I actually think the English one... the English version going with, I'll just lick it and it'll be better, is fine. Because that definitely feels like what they were trying to go for then.
宿に着いたら手当てしてあげるから荷物貸して。
Let's see here. Kagome's response in the English version is, I'll take care of it when we get to the inn. Now, give me your load. Which, wording, or phrasing, but according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, when we get to the inn, I'll take care of you, so lend me your luggage. Which I think luggage could be reworded to things or belongings, but what's InuYasha really carrying besides the sword? The DeepL translation, though, is completely broken. Yeah, I think for the Google Translate results, swap out luggage for things for belongings because I don't. Because, like, just really, what all is InuYasha carrying? And here we go. Here we go. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts are, I didn't notice at all. Which is also what the Google Translate result is coming out with.
でもカゴメさんにはわかるんだ。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts continue with, but Kagome knew. The Google Translate results has Michiru's thoughts continue with, but Kagome knows. Which, I'd also be fine with rewording the knows to a knew, so, but Kagome knew. So, the English version did fine on this, in this regard. Actually, hold on. Let's see if I just take this part. Okay. So that part also translates to I understand, so it could also be but Kagome understood. Which would make sense because Kagome knows InuYasha well enough.
あ、いいよ。犬夜叉の荷物僕が持つから。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, it's okay. I'll carry InuYasha's stuff. According to Google Translate, Michiru says, oh, sure. I'll carry InuYasha's luggage. I do think the translated results I would be fine reworded as it's okay. I'll carry InuYasha's things. Otherwise, it really isn't all that different from the English version.
Eh?
And just Kagome being confused, like, why? Why are you offering?
いいから。
Let's see here. Actually, hold on. From that previous Michiru line, instead of the oh, that's right, or oh, sure. Considering what's currently on screen got translated to let me in the English version, I don't think it would be too different translated. So I almost want to say, for the translation of Michiru's previous line, it could be, oh, let me. I'll carry InuYasha's things. Because this one... No, it's actually translating to okay. Huh. Alright. I guess it could be... Screw it, let's just move on. Otherwise, it's just gonna fry my brain.
ありがとう。
Don't really need to translate this, but I will anyway, because it should just be Kagome saying, "Ah, thank you." Yeah, and in the English version, she just says thanks.
なんだろう。カゴメさんが犬夜叉に優しいの見たくないよ。
And then here... In the English version, Michiru's thoughts are, what's wrong with me? For some reason, I don't want to see Kagome being kind to InuYasha. According to the Google Translate result, though, Michiru's thoughts are, I don't know why. I don't want to see Kagome being nice to InuYasha. But with that, we're gonna go for another quick break. And we're back. Before we go any further, though, there's one thing that I want to bring up that I forgot to mention when talking about the translation regarding how Kagome views Michiru. Just for the sake of it, repeating the translations. Great, I just need to pull them back up again. So, once again, from the Google translation results, Kagome said, InuYasha won't even listen to me. Michiru-kun, in that respect, he'll be there for you. I'm very happy. Thank you. And the DL translation results being, InuYasha never listens to me. Michiru, on the other hand, it's a bit of a different story, and he's always there for me. I'm so glad I found you. Thank you. About that, I did share both results with a friend of mine who is far more knowledgeable about InuYasha and the romance genre than I will ever be. And their response regarding that was, reading all of that gave her some more information on the two characters. It says, Kururugi is capable of being closer and healthier with the characters than their own freaking pairings. Rumiko-sensei, what were you on again? Those were her words. Just from the translations of how Kagome sees Michiru. Those were the only ones I shared with her, and she barely knows anything about Cursed Mask. Aside from bits of the Michiru and Kagome route that I shared with her regarding that pairing. Just from those translations, she thinks Kururugi is a far better and healthier romance option for the InuYasha cast, because by extension, all of the other characters would have similar views of Kururugi for their respective romantic interest. Like, Sango would have a similar viewpoint of Michiru. Muroko and InuYasha would have a similar viewpoint of Kaname. So my friend fully believes that Kururugi is already far better for the characters than the pairings that Rumiko herself made for the story. And then proceeded to question what the hell Rumiko was smoking when coming up with those pairings. Just wanted to get that out there. Anyway, time to get to the next spot. come on. Don't get stuck on the geography.
新吉さん、ついてこなくても大丈夫だよ。すぐそこまで行くだけなんだから。
Alright, let's see here. In the English version, this girl, which the English version has her name as Tane, which I'm going to assume is her name because Google Translate translates her name as Seed. Alright. I think that's why I'm so curious about this game, because the dynamics really do just seem healthier. I am really glad there are other people who agree that the Cursed Mask pairings are a healthier outcome for each character than the pairings Rumiko Takahashi herself made for the manga. It's like, holy shit. Rumiko, if you just ran with the game's story, you would have struck fucking gold. Anyway, from Tane, in the English version, she says, Shinkichi, you don't need to come with me. It's not far from here at all. According to the Google Translate result, she says, Shinkichi-san, it's okay if you don't come with me. I'm just gonna get there right away. Oh, there's a panic in his voice that is not present in the English version. Ooh. Woo. Yeah, like if there's another event like later on Asagiri Island, which won't be until next stream, or probably the stream after, depending. That has a little bit of extra fun. Because I actually have translated that section on my own time. Not on my game file, someone else provided the game footage for me to run through translator. And while the translations are while the English version is more or less the same compared to the translation, there is some very noticeable difference that has a bigger suggestion that leans more into the pairing, instead of the English version trying to brush it off. Because there's a certain reaction from Kagome that in the Japanese version has a delayed start, because it's like it starts with an ellipses and she's like, oh wait, hold on, that I'm probably saying too much. Where the English version, she just goes right into the denial. Let's see. In the English version, for Shinkichi, he says, "You're not serious!" While according to the Google Translate results, he says, "What are you talking about?" So yeah, there's still a lot left to go in this game as far as the romance stuff is concerned. Minamo Village is just where the heavy stuff starts. There's two other moments where it starts hitting heavy, and one of them is Asagiri Island, the other is the very end of the game. Oh yeah, no, Shinkichi is absolutely distressed here, like holy shit. That is not present in the English version. In the English version, Shinkichi continues with, "I couldn't face life if you were spirited away, Tane." Let's see. From the Google Translate results, he says, "Otane-chan, if you were spirited away." And then it gets weird, because the last sentence is kind of broken. Let's see if the other translator can help with that. Sometimes it has, sometimes it's been eh. Okay. Okay, for the part that I'm stuck on... Oh, sorry, one moment. Sorry about that. For the Deep L translation, most of it is a little bugged, but the part that I'm stuck on from the Google Translate is pretty fine, with Shinkichi saying, I can't live like this. So I think the full Google Translate result should come out as... Otane-chan, if you get spirited away, I wouldn't be able to survive. I don't know, that's the best I could get out of it.
私だって新吉さんがいなくなったら生きてけない。
Okay, no, she is very clearly saying Shinki-chan. Alright. In the English version, Tane continues with, I couldn't face the day either if something happened to you, Shinkichi. According to the Google Translate result, she says, even me, I can't live without Shinkichi-san.
おたねちゃん、ずーっと一緒だぜ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Shinkichi says, we'll always be together, Tane. According to the Google Translate result, though, Shinkichi says, Otane-chan, we'll be together forever. Alright. Alright. Another.
好きな人とあんな風に過ごせたら楽しいだろうな。
And another heartbeat for Michiru. His heart's just been going crazy in Minamo Village. In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, I'm envious. It must be nice spending time like that with someone you love. According to the Google Translate result, though, Michiru's inner thoughts are, that's nice. It'd be so fun to spend time like that with someone I love. So, a little interesting, change of context here. In the English version, they're portraying Michiru as being envious of another couple. But from the Japanese version, Michiru seeing this other couple being so good to each other is like, wow, that seems really nice. I think it'd be fun if I had someone like that. Like, damn! Damn, the English version out to make Michiru to be a dick!
僕だったら
let's see. Continuing. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts continue with, if it were me. Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as, so, alright.
あ、そんなこと考えてもしょうがないってば。
Alright. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts conclude with, I don't have time to be thinking about stuff like that. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's thoughts conclude with, whoa, there's no point in thinking about that. Going with the idea, like, this isn't the time to be thinking about romantic stuff. Like, we've got shit going on with Naraku and Utsugi. Like, there's... Gotta get priorities straight.
おかしな顔してどうしたんじゃ?
Forgot that Shippo had a thing right after. But, of course, leave it to Shippo. Shippo's always the one, like, noticing all of this romantic shit going on. Yet apparently can't clue in that Michiru has a thing for Kagome. Alright. In the English version, Shippo says, "What's with the strange expression?" But according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "You've got a funny look on your face. What's wrong?"
別に何でもないよ。
Oh, that stutter. Oh, that stutter into the denial. Oh, that works so good. That is not present in the English version. Because in the English version, Michiru's response is, "What? That's nothing. Forget it." But from the Google Translate result, considering he goes Bitsuni, the translation for Kururugi is just stuttering their denial of, "It's nothing." Like, damn, there's so much extra shit in the Japanese version that the English version just decided to go, "Yeah, fuck this." And it sucks. Holy shit! Why is the Japanese version so good? Let's see. Did I talk to you in the English version? Yeah, I did. Okay. Huh. That's an interesting start, because that's not how it starts in the English version. In the English version, the old woman says, "Do you need a place to stay?" While according to the Google Translate result, the old woman says, "Stay the night! Stay the night!" No, here's some interesting context that got removed from the English version. Because in the English version, the old lady continues with, "Usually my grandchild calls the customers with her cute voice." But from the Google Translate result, with the Japanese text starting with an ellipses, I think it's after she does calls out the stay the night, she lets out a kind of depressed sigh, and then the continues with, "Usually my granddaughter would greet the customers with her cute voice, but..." Oh. In the English version, she continues with, "But about 5 days ago, my grandchild went missing." While the Google Translate result has her say, "The truth is, my granddaughter has been missing for the past 5 days." Ooh. I mean, honestly, I much prefer the wording of the Google Translate result.
宿を探してる？実はうち宿屋なんですがね。
Alright, now we got story and conflict. In the English version, the yeah, I guess I could just say his name. The owner, or the old man running the inn, Shinsuke, in the English version says, "You're looking for an inn? Well, actually, I run an inn myself." Insert that Spider-Man Norman Osborn. Well, I'm something of a scientist myself. According to the Google Translate result, he says, "Are you looking for a place to stay?" You know, actually, our house is an inn. Okay. This makes a bit more sense then. Because earlier there was the one character who said, like, "You're looking for an inn?" I've never been to one, so I have no idea what they're even like. But the Japanese version, this character says that their house is an inn. But in the English version, he just says, "I run an inn." And so the English version makes it incredibly confusing. It's like, this guy says he runs an inn. So why does one of the villagers not even know that their village has an inn? But if the villager wasn't even aware that this old man's house also served as an inn, that makes a lot more sense. Holy shit. Let's see.
母ちゃん、うちに泊まりたいって人が来ちまってんだけど。
Let's see. In the English version, Shinsuke continues with, Honey, there are guests here who need a room. The Google Translate result here is completely bugged. Huh. I mean, I know he's calling out to his wife. It's just kind of a Japanese thing that, like, a husband will call out to their wife as Ka-chan or Ka-san. Because she's the mother of the house. And then the wife will call their husband To-san or To-chan for father because he's the father of the house. So he's calling out to his wife. What do these say separately? Come on. Okay, so that comes out as that. What about this? That doesn't help at all. Since I can't really translate that all too well, I actually think I'd lean into the English versions. Like, definitely start with him calling out the Ka-chan, because, again, I just mentioned, he's calling out to his wife. Oh, hold on. Since it ends on a question mark, I think it would be... Okay. Yeah, I think I know what I could do with it. Considering the English version has, there are guests who need a room. I could see the translation as being... Mother, could you get some rooms ready for our guests? Like, that's the only possible way I could see it.
お客様だって？何うろたえてんだい？さっさと中へお通ししな。
And then there's his wife. In the English version, she says, "Guests, get yourself together and invite them in." From Google Translate, though, she says, "Customers, what are you panicking for? Just let them in." Let's see here. In the English version, she continues with, "You'll have to forgive us. It's been a long time since we've had guests." From the Google Translate result, she says, "I'm sorry. After all, we haven't had customers in a while."
じゃあ、皆さんで泊まってもらえる大部屋を用意しますんでね。
Let's see. In the English version, the old man says, I'll prepare a large room so you can all stay together. According to the Google Translate result, Shinsuke says, then I'll prepare a large room for you all to stay in.
何バカなこと言ってんだい。男のお客様と女のお客様は別だよ。ちった頭使いなって。
Let's see here. The wife responds with, in the English version, what are you talking about, fool? The men and women will sleep in separate rooms. Use your head, would you? According to the Google Translate result, she says, what a stupid thing to say. Male customers and female customers are separate. Hey, use your head.
なんだと？皆さんが離れ離れになったら寂しいんじゃねえかってな。
Okay, what's your excuse in the Japanese version? In the English version, Shinsuke responds with, ludicrous! They'd miss each other if we broke up the group. Okay, according to Google Translate, Shinsuke responds with, what? If you all become separated, I was worried you might be lonely. Okay, that should be reworded probably to, I was worried you might get lonely if you were all separated. I don't know, that's probably what I'd go with. But, still, interesting way to get them all into one room.
この二人も仲が悪いようじゃのう。
Let's see, from Shippo, in the English version. He says, that couple sure argues a lot. Now we're gonna get into the whole, oh hey, this couple reminds me of the two other characters that are tied to the romance route that you're on. According to the Google Translation result, Shippo says, these two don't seem to get along either.
夫婦の味というやつですよ。仲が悪いわけではありません。
From Moroku, in the English version, he says, that's just how couples are with each other. It's not that they don't get along. According to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, it's what they call marriage. It's not that they don't get along. Okay. Moroku just saying, it's what we call marriage. People argue.
よくわからんぞ。
Alright. Let's see here. From Shippo. In the English version, he says, I don't get it. From the Google Translate result, Shippo's just like, I don't really get it.
部屋なんざどうでもいいっつの。
Let's see. From InuYasha, in the English version, he says, any room will do. While, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, the room doesn't matter.
もう、怪我してる時くらいおとなしくしてなさい。
And just to kind of, beat us over the head with it, they're going to have InuYasha and Kagome, or Moroku and Sango, if you're on one of those romance routes, start having a little argument themselves. In the English version, Kagome says, geez, can't you at least behave yourself when you're wounded? From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, come on, at least when you're injured, you should be quiet.
こっちは相変わらずだけどね。
And of course, if you're on a Moroku or Sango romance route, it's largely Kagome who does all the talking of like, they, like, despite them arguing, they actually get along really well. Because, of course, InuYasha's not gonna have any input in that regard. Or, well, technically, Kagome takes Miroku's spot in the conversation, and InuYasha takes Sango's spot. Because in the English version, Sango says, they'll never change. From the Google Translate result, it's coming out as, but this one is the same as always. I mean, this one works if taking under the idea that Sango's referring to InuYasha and Kagome as a couple. Otherwise, the translation could be, but these two are the same as always. Let's see, from Shippo. In the English version, Shippo says, I have no idea what's going on here. And according to the Google Translate result, Shippo just says, I have no idea. Alright, from the old woman. In the English version, she says, the large room is in the back. Set down your luggage and make yourself at home. While according to the Google Translate result, she says, the large room is at the back. Please put your luggage down and relax. Yeah, I mean, that's not too different. Right. So, a little interesting with this room.
Oh, 犬の間ですか。
The name changes depending on what route you're on. It can have one of 3 possible names. So as Miroku points out, in the English version, hey, this room is called Dog's Room. While according to the Google Translate results, he says, oh, so this is the dog's room. If you're on Miroku's or Sango's route, it's called the Coral Room. Because they're trying to play on Sango's name. Shippo's is the one that I don't remember the name of. But, whatever.
こういう偶然あるもんだね。
Let's see here. In the English version, Sango says, what a coincidence. While according to Google Translate, Sango says, such coincidences do happen.
InuYasha, ほら、犬の間だって。
And then Kagome is just having fun. Because of course she would in a situation like this. In the English version, Kagome says, look, InuYasha, it's your room. The Google Translate result isn't coming out that well. And neither does the D-Bell translation. What the hell does this say? I can separate that. I can probably get something out of it. Okay, no, that doesn't help. What about this? All right. Well, none of that helped. I actually think it'd be fine with the English version doing, "Look, InuYasha, it's your room." Because dog. That's the joke.
犬だこんな部屋で寝られっかよ。おい、他の部屋はねえのか。
Let's see. From InuYasha, in the English version, he says, "Dog's room? I can't sleep in this room. Isn't there any other room?" Well, according to Google Translate's result, InuYasha's saying, "A dog? There's no way I can sleep in a room like this. Hey, aren't there any other rooms?"
どうしたんじゃ、犬夜叉。
He just feels insulted. It's like, damn, calm the fuck down, it's a joke. In the English version, InuYasha says, "What's wrong, InuYasha?" Which is also what the Google Translate result has, so alright.
かごめ様が自分と同じ名前のついた部屋を見て喜ばれているので照れているのでしょう。
From Moroku, in the English version, he says, he's just shy because he saw how excited Kagome was when she saw a room that was named Dog's Room. According to the Google Translate result, though, Moroku says he must be feeling embarrassed because Lady Kagome was so happy to see a room named after him. I actually like the wording from the translated result here a lot better than the English version. Okay.
そんなんじゃねえ。
Let's see, from InuYasha. In the English version, he snaps with, "No, that's not it at all." But according to the Google Translate result, he just says, "That's not it."
早く入りましょう。犬夜叉の手当てしなくちゃ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome says, "Let's settle in quickly. I need to take care of InuYasha." From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Let's go in quickly. I have to treat InuYasha."
くそ。俺は照れてるわけじゃねえんだからな。
Let's see here. Oh, not that one. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Okay, but I'm not shy about anything." From the Google Translate results, InuYasha says, "Damn it, I'm not shy or anything." Considering the previous translation from Moroku had him say that InuYasha was embarrassed, I think I'd be fine with rewording what InuYasha said too. "I'm not embarrassed or anything." Otherwise, go back to the bit with Moroku and change embarrassed to he's just shy because Lady Kagome got excited.
なんでカゴメは嬉しそうで犬夜叉は怒っとるんだ。
In the English version, Shippo says, "Michiru, how come Kagome looks so happy and InuYasha's so angry?" Ooh, bad person to be asking that. According to the Google Translate result, Shippo asks Michiru, why is Kagome so happy and InuYasha so angry? Gotta go for now, but hopefully I can drop back in soon. No worries, I'll be going for a break soon anyway, and then we've got another hour. And we'll get to a really juicy part. Don't really need to translate this. In the English version, they had Michiru go, like, he's just... Like, it took him a bit to acknowledge Shippo's question. Alright, see you when you get back, if you're able to make it back within that hour. So yeah, the thing here is just Kururugi being like, oh, Shippo asked me a question?
ごめん、僕にもよくわかんないや。
Let's see here. Oh, this is gonna hurt ya, boy. In the English version, Michiru says, sorry, I don't really know. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's response is, sorry, I don't really know either. Yeah, no, actually, I do think this is a good spot for us to take one more quick break. And we're back. Now, let's head into the dog's room. Wow, Shippo sounds much more excited about this room than he does in the English version. Damn, okay. In the English version, Shippo says, hey, it's a tatami room. But from the Google Translate result, Shippo is just absolutely giddy, laughing and saying, it's tatami, it's tatami.
あまりはしゃいで襖を破らないでね。
Let's see. In the English version, Songo continues with, settle down or you'll tear the paper doors. From the Google Translate result, Songo says, don't get too excited and tear the fusuma, which I'm assuming is what the doors are called.
大部屋って広さじゃないみたいだけど。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi remarks, this sure is small for a room that's supposed to be big. According to the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi says, it doesn't seem to be large enough to be called a large room. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, I'm gonna be able to get a good rest here. While according to the Google Translate result, he says, I can't get a good rest like this.
それはお互い様だ。
Let's see, Moroku. In the English version, you say, me neither. And according to the Google Translate results, you instead say, that is mutual. Alright.
犬夜叉、私薬草を取ってくるね。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome says, InuYasha, I'm gonna go get some medicinal herbs. Well, according to the Google Translate result, she says, InuYasha, according to the Google Translate result, she says, I feel like I slipped on my tongue there and spoke a bit too quickly. The Google Translate result, Kagome says, InuYasha, I'll go get some medicinal herbs. Which I'm assuming the only reason she'd do that is because she ran out of medical supplies. Because otherwise, she'd use her medical supplies. That's why she carries them around.
おい、俺の手当てすんじゃねえのかよ。
Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, hey, I thought you were going to mend my wound. I'm curious what he says in Japanese here, because otherwise in the English version, why the hell do you think she's going to get medicinal herbs, you dumbass? Okay. According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, hey, aren't you supposed to treat me? So, pretty much the exact same thing as the English version. And it's like, InuYasha, come the fuck on. She needs, like, she's going to get medicinal herbs in order to treat your wound, you dumbass. Do you expect her to take care of your injuries with nothing? And the only reason she'd bring up going to get medicinal herbs is probably because she doesn't have any more items in her first aid kit.
すぐ戻ってくるから。
Like, goddamn, InuYasha's a fucking idiot sometimes, I swear. In the English version, Kagome responds with, I'll be right back. Which is also what the Google Translate result has, which, okay.
俺なんか寝てりゃ大概の傷治っちまう。
In the English version, InuYasha says, all I need to do is sleep and it will get better. According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, most of my wounds heal when I sleep. I mean, the Google Translate result is definitely more accurate to InuYasha's character and pretty much explains how his body works. Like, it's very much been established that he heals faster than humans because he's at least half yokai. So he has something of a healing factor. So the whole, all I need to do is sleep and my body will heal itself. Like, sure. But it also clues into Kururugi because they wouldn't know this. Like, they very likely wouldn't know this. Alright, what the hell are you getting flustered for all of a sudden? Because you sure don't sound like this in the English version. The English version, in fact, InuYasha continues with, I'm telling you, don't worry about getting any medicine. According to the Google Translate result, though, InuYasha says, so, I don't need any drugs. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure drugs is supposed to be medicine in that case, but okay.
ここにいろ。
And then in the English version, he finishes with "stay here," which is also what the Google Translate result has.
InuYasha.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Kagome saying his name. But, of course, the blush on her face makes shit bad for Kururugi. And it's a little interesting because from the Japanese version, you could definitely hear he's kind of like letting out a sigh of discomfort, but very clearly not loud enough for anyone else to notice. From the English version, however, for whatever reason, they decided to have Michiru go, like, kind of sound a bit more audibly uncomfortable. So I definitely am going to take the side of the more subtle discomfort from the Japanese version. Like, holy crap.
あ、お客さん、お部屋はどうです？
Let's see. In the English version, the old lady says, "Excuse me, how are you finding your room?" According to the Google Translate result, the translation is coming up as, "Hey, sir, how is your room?" But it should be, customers, how is your room? Only for her to take a nasty fall. Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi calls out, "Are you okay?" Which is also what the Google Translate result does, so, alright.
大丈夫ですよ。ちょっと転んだだけですから。たたたた。
In the English version, she responds with, "Yes, I'm fine. I just tripped, that's all." But according to the Google Translate results, she says, "Yes, I'm fine. I just had a little fall. Ouch." Alright.
大丈夫か
Okay, and then the husband's voice being loud, like, "Oh shit, my wife fell." So him panic, like, his wife fell over. She's an old woman, and so it makes sense that he'd panic. In the English version, the old man just says, "Are you all right?" And in the English version, he has a much more calm tone. From the Google Translate result, he asks, "Are you okay?" But there was a much more noticeable panic to his voice, so yeah, makes sense.
大したことないよ。あんたは仕事しな。
Let's see. In the English version, the old woman says, "It's nothing serious, really. Now you get back to work." From the Google Translate result, the old woman says, "It's nothing. You should get back to work."
バカ野郎お前の体の方が大事だろうまったくしょうがねえな
Ooh, interesting. In the English version, the old man says, "Don't be silly. Your health is more important. Honestly, you're hopeless." From the Google Translate result, though, he says, "Don't be stupid. Your body is more important, right? Seriously, there's nothing I can do about it." I don't know about that last one. So let's use the other one for the sake of comparison. The DeepL translation result actually isn't too bad. It comes out as, "You idiot, your body is more important than mine. I don't know what to do." So I think from the Google Translate result, it should be reworded as, "Don't be stupid. Your body is more important, right? Seriously, I wouldn't know what to do." Or, "Seriously, I'd be hopeless without you." Kind of playing on the English versions, honestly, "You're hopeless," but playing on that based on the earlier conversation between the old man and the old woman, that the old man would be kind of hopeless trying to run the inn without her.
いつも喧嘩をしているからって仲が悪いわけではないんですよ。
In the English version, Roku says, "Just because they argue all the time doesn't mean they don't get along." While the Google Translate result has Moroku say, "Just because they're always fighting doesn't mean they're on bad terms." That's close enough to the same thing.
犬夜叉とカゴメも仲良さそうじゃったしな。
Let's see. In the English version, Shippo says, "InuYasha and Kagome seem to get along." While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "InuYasha and Kagome seem to get along well." And here's the thing, too. Kururugi should also kind of know this, because when first arriving in Kaede's village and meeting Kagome, Kururugi stood by and watched as the two fought over who would get angry or upset more easily, before chiming in with, "You two sure get along."
なんだろう。カゴメさんが犬夜叉に優しいの見たくないよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts are, "What's wrong with me? I can't watch Kagome being nice to InuYasha." But according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's thoughts are, "I don't know. I don't want to see Kagome being nice to InuYasha." Another translation for the first part, when I isolated, is coming up as, "I wonder what it is." So I could take, like, I'd be fine with the majority of the Google Translate result, but I would also be willing to swap out the "I don't know" with the English version's "What's wrong with me?" Even though he didn't use boku, but to refer to himself, but I still think it would work.
そうだ。お水もらってくるね。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, "Oh, right. I'll go get some water." From the Google Translate results, Michiru says, "Oh, that's right. I'll go get you some water." Or, sorry, I'll get you some water. Not go get. Considering there is a bit of a stutter there, I wouldn't be against changing the beginning part of the translation to, "That's right. I'll get you some water." Hmm. Okay, so this is Kururugi's inner thoughts. I thought this would have been them just talking to themselves, considering there's no one else around, as far as they'd know. Let's see. From the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, "My heart feels so uncertain. Why does it hurt this much?" A little weird that they end the first sentence with a question mark in the English version. But from the Google Translate result, Michiru's thoughts are, "My chest feels fuzzy and painful. Why does it hurt so much?" Considering this is supposed to be the first time Kururugi's fallen in love for someone, I do think having Kururugi describe their chest or their heart feeling painful like this is a bit better, but also a little interesting that that the English version has Kururugi say, "my heart," but the Google Translate result says, "my chest," especially considering there's no characters for kokoro in that. So just a little interesting.
もしかして僕はカゴメさんのこと？
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru's thoughts continue with, "Is it because I like Kagome?" According to the Google Translate result, Michiru's thoughts continue with, "Maybe I'm talking about Kagome." Hold on. Okay, so it does kind of is about Kagome. I don't think it should be talking about Kagome. It should be thinking about. Okay, so so the translation I think should be, maybe I'm thinking about Kagome.
でもカゴメさんの隣にはもう犬夜叉がいるんだ。
No, I think the translation should have been maybe it's because I'm thinking about Kagome. Let's see. In the English version, for this scene, Michiru's thoughts conclude with, but Kagome is already with InuYasha. While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's thoughts conclude with, but InuYasha is already sitting next to Kagome. Well, it is interesting that the Japanese one, the Japanese version brings up the sitting next to. I do think that's supposed to be a... I almost want to say metaphor, but I don't even fucking know that shit. Otherwise, if you wanted to be more straightforward, it could just be InuYasha's already with Kagome. And then, whoever your love rival is will come out to check on you. So if you were on Sango's route, it would be Moroku who comes out. If you're playing as Kaname and it's InuYasha or Moroku's route, then it would be Kagome or Sango, respectively. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha asks, "What are you doing?" While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha is asking, "Hey, what are you doing?"
犬夜叉、どうしたの一体?
In the English version, Michiru asks, "Oh, InuYasha, what is it?" From the Google Translate result, Michiru is apparently asking InuYasha, "What on earth happened?" The Deep L translation result is having Michiru ask, "What the hell is going on?" But I'm pretty sure a better translation would be, "What happened?" Or could just stick with the English versions, "What is it?" Yeah, okay. In the English version, InuYasha says, "The bath is ready." According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Yeah, the bath's boiling." But I think the boiling could be changed to ready for, like, the bath is prepared. Though, considering old-fashioned tubs for bathing back then were just kind of pots over a fire.
わざわざ知らせに来てくれたんだ。
From the English version, Michiru says, "You came to tell me that?" While from the Google Translate result, Michiru asks, "You came all the way here to tell me?"
ああ、まあな。だってよ、おめえ風呂入りてんだろ。
Interesting. That was a hesitating start. In the English version, InuYasha says, well, yeah. Don't you want to take a bath? Well, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, oh, well, because, hey, you wanted to get in the bath, right? It almost sounds like InuYasha's embarrassed to ask Michiru that he wanted to have a bath. Interesting.
ああ、それはまあ。
In the English version, Michiru answers with, I guess so. But according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's response is, oh, well...
じゃあ行こうぜ。湯にじっくり浸かるなんざゾッとしちまうんだけどよ。
Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, let's go then. Although you'll get pruned if you stay in too long. But according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha actually says something completely different. In the English, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, well, let's go. The idea of soaking in a bath is terrifying. Because dog no like bath. In the English version, Michiru responds with, what? But according to the Google Translate result, Michiru asks, what do you mean?
付き合ってやっからとっとと来いってんだよ。
So from the translated results, it seems more like Kururugi's questioning why InuYasha is afraid of having a bath. But the English one, it almost makes it sound like Michiru's wondering why InuYasha is mentioning getting that you'll prune if you stay in the bath for too long, which is true. Your skin gets all wrinkly. In the English version, InuYasha says, I'll go with you, so just come. But according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, I'm going to go out with you, so hurry up and come. First of all, phrasing on both ends.
でも犬やしゃ怪我してるんじゃ。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, but InuYasha, you're hurt. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, huh? But InuYasha, you're injured.
ああ、もうじれて。何を落ち込んでんのか知らねえけど、風呂入って元気出せってんだよ。
Probably going with the idea that, like, if you go into the bath hurt like that, it'll probably just make things worse. Or it'll probably at least make you feel worse. In the English version, InuYasha says, what a pain. I don't know why you're feeling down, but just take a bath and I'm sure it'll cheer you up. According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, already so frustrating. I don't know what's making you feel down, but come in and cheer yourself up. I mean, the Japanese text has furo for bath. So it should be, but have a bath and cheer yourself up. I think makes a bit more sense.
InuYasha.
Don't need to translate that. That's just Michiru saying InuYasha's name, so... let's see, just need to get the English one caught up. Okay. In the English version, InuYasha says, I've had enough of your long face. But from the Google Translate results, InuYasha says, I've had enough of your sad face. Honestly, I am iffy with the English version. I much would have preferred them saying, I've had enough of you being so depressed. Because that honestly just seems a bit better, especially in regards to InuYasha. The translate results being, I've had enough of your sad face is fine, but that could also be... Like, I could also see that being, I've had enough of you being depressed. Yeah. According to the English version, InuYasha says, because of you, I have to take a bath too. Okay. That was a Mataku, right? I think. Let's... Damn it, I can't tell. For whatever reason, Google Translate translates the first part as a lot, but considering the rest of what's being said, it doesn't really make sense. So, if that is supposed to be Mataku, or like just kind of InuYasha expressing his annoyance, it should be like, I think it should be InuYasha saying, damn. Thanks to that, even I had to join the bath. That's what happened.
Arigato.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Michiru saying thanks. Or thank you. Let's see. Yeah, because the English version has them say thank you as well. Let's see.
でも、もう少し涼んでいきたいから、後で行くよ。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, but I want to stay here a little longer. I'll come in a little bit. From the Google Translate result, though, Michiru says, but I want to cool down a bit, so I'll come back later. Interesting that the Japanese version mentions, I want to cool down a bit, rather than just stay here a little longer. Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Okay, don't be too long." From the Google Translate result, InuYasha apparently is saying, "Oh, hurry up." However, I would be fine with it being InuYasha saying, "Fine, hurry up," because he very much still has that annoyed look on his face, so he's not exactly pleased with Michiru at the moment.
InuYasha っていいやつだよな。僕なんかよりずっと。
In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts here are, InuYasha really is a good guy. Way better than I am. According to the Google Translate results, Michiru's inner thoughts are, InuYasha is a good guy. Much better than me.
新吉さん、このお弁当、私がこさえたんだよ。
In the English version, Tane here says, "Shinkichi, I made this boxed lunch for you." According to the Google Translate result, he says, "Shinkichi-san, I made this lunchbox for you." All right.
本当かい？それじゃあいただくぜ。
In the English version, Shinkichi responds with, "Really? Thank you so much." While according to the Google Translate result, he says, "Really? Then I'll have some." In the English version, he then says, "It's delicious." But for whatever reason, in the English version for the text, they forgot the S after the apostrophe. From the Google Translate result, though, he says, "Yummy!" Although urishi can also be delicious, so.
ありがとう。でも新吉さん、お行儀悪いよ。
In the English version, Tane says, "Thank you, but Shinkichi, watch your manners." According to the Google Translate result, she says, "Thank you, but Shinkichi-san, you're acting badly." I don't know. I almost want to say I'm perfectly fine with the English version's take here because it is pretty much the same. They're both talking about his manners after eating her food.
いやーもうこの弁当がうまくてうまくて。
Let's see. In the English version, Shinkichi says, "But this boxed lunch is so delicious." From the Google Translate result, he says, "Oh, this bento is so good."
そうじゃないよ。こういう時はね、
In the English version, Tane says, "You flatter me. It was the least I could do for you. Here, open up." Let's see. One moment. Just need to check something with the previous translation. Okay. So according to the Google Translate result, Tane says that's not true because she thinks he's over-exaggerating. But then the next line is at times like this, right? Which I think is more supposed to be that she's talking to herself, considering what's happening next, and it's like she's pretty much going, "Oh, at a time like this, I should do this," right? And then the translate continues with, "Yes, but I think a better translation for that would be say, or..." Because it's the whole thing of she's going to feed him some of the food.
Oh!
I don't really need to translate that. That's just him getting excited and opening his mouth. The English version, for whatever reason, had him go, "Huh?" Like he was confused as hell. And then she likely took that opportunity to just shove the food into his mouth. But Japanese version, he's excited and just opens his mouth willingly.
お味はどう？
Let's see. In the English version, Tane asks, "How does it taste?" Even though he said it tasted really good before, but... the Google Translate result also has her say, "How does it taste?" So, alright, fine enough there.
おいら幸せだぜ。こんなうめえもんを作ってくれる可愛い娘と一緒にいられて。
From the English version, Shinkichi responds with, "I'm such a lucky fellow, being here with the lovely young girl who made me this delicious lunch." While according to the Google Translate result, he says, "Oh, I'm so happy. They make such delicious food. Being with my lovely daughter." I'm sorry? That's not supposed to be his daughter. The Deep L translation result also has it says, "I get to be with my beautiful daughter." What? I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to say daughter. That's supposed to say girlfriend. Otherwise, it's a big what the fuck. Let's see. So I'm pretty sure the translation should be, "Oh, I'm so happy. Being fed such delicious food, being with my lovely girlfriend." Like, that's the only thing I can imagine. Because if it is supposed to be daughter, I have questions.
私もだよ。こんな美味しそうに食べてくれるいい人と一緒でさ。
Let's see. In the English version, Tane responds with, "I'm lucky too, being able to spend time with the good man who enjoys my cooking so much." Thankfully, there's nothing from the translations to Tane's text to suggest that he's her father. Thank fuck. But... according to the translations... according to Google Translate, she's apparently saying, "Me too. He eats it so deliciously with a good person." I think it should be, "Me too. Being with such a good person who will eat my cooking. Who enjoys my cooking." Like, that's the only thing I could really get out of that without just saying, yeah, just slap the English version on there.
僕にはわからない。好きな人と一緒にいられる気持ちなんて。
In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, what's it like spending time with someone you love? I have no idea. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's inner thoughts are, I don't know what it feels like to be with someone you love. But now, it's time for the big, juicy part. Hi, Kagome! What are you doing here? How did you get here before us? According to the English version, Kagome says, "So, this is where you are." According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "So, you were here already."
Kagome-san.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Michiru being taken by surprise that Kagome's here. Let's see. Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, "Actually, I have somewhere to go right now." While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, "Sorry, I have something to do right now."
待って、話があるの。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Wait, I need to talk to you about something." But from the Google Translate result, she says, "Wait, I need to tell you something."
話って何?
In the English version, Michiru asks, "What about?" The Google Translate result has this as, "What do you mean, talk?" Though, considering the translation for Kagome's line was, "I need to tell you something," Give me a moment here. This means... apparently... Actually, hold on, let's... Can I not copy that? Huh, I guess not. Let me see here. That was Hanashi. But it does also show up in... Okay, so it can mean talk or tell. So I do think, for Kagome's before, it could still... it could be translated as, wait, I need to talk to you about something, instead of, I need to tell you something. Which then would be the exact same as what the English version has. Because then, Michiru's question here of, what do you mean talk, makes a bit more sense. And I can't really figure out a way to mess with the wording to have it be tell. Unless it's tell me what. Actually, yeah, screw it. Even though his dialogue here doesn't have boku in it, it does have the characters for what, so it definitely could be tell me what. In the English version, Kagome says, I hate beating around the bush, so I'm just gonna say it. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, we don't have much time, so let me ask you clearly. Interesting. No, that is a bit of a context change, because the English version saying, I hate beating around the bush, so I'm just gonna say it, is their attempt to be like, hey, like, just be upfront. But the Google Translate result being, we don't have much time, so let me ask you clearly, is like, is pretty much, like, before someone finds us, I want to get this over with. So let's just be as clear and direct as possible. In the English version, Kagome asks, how do you feel about me? While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, or asks, what do you think of me? And of course, Michiru being taken a little off guard. This stream might go a little bit longer. Not as long as last stream, that's for sure, but definitely going over my usual time. In the English version, Michiru asks, what? What do you mean? From the Google Translate results, Michiru reacts with, huh? What do you mean? In the English version, Kagome says, well, from the Google Translate results, Kagome's response is, that's because I... one moment. I want to see how that lines up with the translation from Michiru. Okay. Alright.
私が何
In the English version, Michiru asks, you what? The Google Translate result has Michiru question, you what?
あなたのこと。
The English version has Kagome continue with I. But from the Google Translate results, Kagome saying about you.
私があなたのことって
In the English version, Michiru just repeats the you what? From the Google Translate results, Kururugi repeats you about me. But then kind of starts cluing in like, wait, what? But in the English version, Michiru follows up with a, huh? Because in the English version, Kagome just keeps saying I, and it's confusing the hell out of him. But in the Japanese version, Michiru's kind of piecing things together. So, there's definitely context changes between them.
気づいちゃったの私。自分の本当の気持ちに。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, I finally realized my true feelings. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I realized my true feelings.
でも
I don't need to translate that. That's just Michiru saying, but... Because that's usually what demo translates to. And the English version had it as but as well.
私はあなたが好き。返事、ここで欲しいの。
In the English version, Kagome says, I like you. I want to know how you feel. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I love you. I want your answer right here. Now here's the thing though. Kagome says ski, which I know is more often translated as like for when you like someone, or I guess like something, but it is usually used in the context of love. But, and I've been told that because there's a big thing in Japan that they have against being so direct with their feelings, or at least when it comes to feelings of love. But considering the situation with Kagome saying we don't have a lot of time, so it would make a bit of sense that she'd be more direct about the situation. So having it be translated as I like you or I love you, either way is fine. The issue I have is with the English version using like, because it's, again, very much trying to the English version is largely trying to downplay the romance aspect of the game between Kururugi and their love interest, if you're on a romance route. At least that's very much how it feels like. Because, absolutely, the English version of the game removed a lot of the flirtatiousness that's in the game, so if the Japanese version really is much more, like, very much plays up the more flirty nature of the character interactions, especially when it comes to the romantic routes, it would make a bit more sense for, in this situation, Kagome to say, to have the ski mean love rather than like in the context of love. And from Michiru, in the English version, says, I, which is also what the Google Translate result is coming out with, which makes sense because it's just boku. Boku. Like, he's very much hesitating. I just had to close something that wasn't fully closed. Let's see. In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, what should I do? Which is also what the Google Translate result has his inner thoughts as. So in the English version, your choices are be true to your feelings, or, sorry, I'm true to my own feelings, or think about InuYasha. All things considered! In regards to this character, the options are be honest with your feelings, or when I think about InuYasha's feelings. Well, considering I didn't show the results of the second option when I did the English version, we're just going to be honest. I don't need to translate that again. That's just Michiru saying, In the English version, Michiru answers with, I like you too. While the Google Translate result also has it as I like it too. It should be I like you too, but again, if you want to go with based on the situation, have ski mean love, then the translation would be I love you too.
Kagome-sanのことが好きだ.
The English version has Michiru say, I like you, Kagome. While the Google Translate result has Michiru say, I love you, Kagome. In the English version, Michiru says, it was hard to keep to myself. While according to Google Translate's result, Michiru says, I was trying to hang on.
だって犬夜叉は友達でかごめさんは犬夜叉の
In the English version, Michiru continues with, because InuYasha is my friend, and you and InuYasha. While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, after all, InuYasha is my friend, and Kagome is InuYasha's...
大丈夫。
And then supposedly, Michiru gets cut off there by Kagome saying, it's okay. Well, in the English version, she says, it's okay. From the Google Translate result, she says, don't worry. Granted, it could be, it's okay, don't worry, it's alright. Any of those is fine. Because...
もう我慢しなくていいの。これからはずっと一緒よ。
In the English version, Kagome says, you don't have to hold back. We'll be together from now on. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, you don't have to put up with it anymore. From now on, we'll be together forever. I'm interested what this translates to because I know what they use for English. In the English version, Kagome says, in body and soul. The Google Translate result, apparently is both body and mind. I almost want to say both heart and body. Or heart and mind. Because she did say Kokoro, and I'm pretty sure Kokoro is not used for body or mind. It is pretty exclusively heart.
Kagome-san?
Of course, Michiru's taken off guard because that's not something she'd say. In the English version, Michiru says, what? Kagome? While according to the Google Translate result, his reaction is a delayed... Huh? Kagome? Because, like, the ellipses, it's like, it took him a bit to process, and is like, hold on, something's not right. Jesus Christ! Okay, I wasn't expecting that! In the English version, quote-unquote, Kagome laughs and says, you fell for it! Honestly, young men are so gullible. While according to the Google Translate, Kagome, in quotes, laughs with a, you got caught. Young men are such fools.
Kagome-san, 何言ってるんだ?
In the English version, Michiru questions, Kagome, what are you talking about? From the Google Translate results, Michiru questions, Kagome, what are you talking about? What?
めなんかじゃねえよ。俺の本当の名はマホロ。
Okay, I kind of like the voice they have for Mahoro here. In the English version, Mahoro says, "I'm not Kagome. My real name is Mahoro." Which is also what he says in the, according to the Google Translate results. So, alright.
俺は自分の姿を獲物の思い人の姿に変えてみせることができるのさ。
In the English version, Mahoro continues with, "I have the ability to transform into a person's loved one." The Google Translate results a little iffy. Alright, the Google Translate result is coming out as, "I see myself in the form of the praised lover. You can change it and show it." The "you can change it and show it" feels a bit weird. The Deep L translation results has Mahoro saying, "I am what I am, in the form of the praised thoughts and feelings. I can change things and show them." I want to try and see what that last bit... Okay, no, that's not gonna do anything. So, the Google Translate result does sound a bit better with, "I see myself in the form of the praised lover." I think it should be, I change myself into the form of my praised lover. But I still don't know what the "you can change it and show it" means. Yeah, I'd have to see about passing that to someone who can translate it better, but that's the best I can do, and it gets close to the English version.
なんだって？じゃあ今までのは全部。
In the English version, Michiru's reaction is, "You what? You mean this has all been a lie?" While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's response is, "What? So, everything up until now..."
そうさ。
So definitely another kind of context change. English version is Michiru asking if the whole thing was a lie, which the evidence is right there. But from the Google Translate result, Michiru slowly clues in that everything was a lie. Let's see. In the English version, Mahoro says, "Precisely." Now that's an expression I like to see. From the Google Translate result, Mahoro just says, "That's right." What a nice face. So, Japanese version, Mahoro pretty much answering Michiru's coming to like answering Michiru reaching the conclusion before he actually finishes it.
せっかく思い人を胸に抱いてるつもりだったのに残念だったな。
In the English version, Michiru continues with, and here you thought you were finally in the arms of the person you love. Such a pity, really. Let's see. The Google Translate result comes out as, I took the trouble to find someone I love. I was hoping to hold you close to my heart, so what a shame. I think it should be, I took the trouble to find someone you love? Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, okay. No, it needs to be reworded a lot more than that. Okay. The actual translation from Michiru should be, you took the trouble to find someone you love. You were hoping to hold them close to your heart. So what a shame.
もしかしてこの村で起こってる神隠しの原因って。
In the English version, Michiru realizes, so the people in this village have been spirited away because of... While the Google Translate result has Michiru conclude, could this be the reason all this spiriting away that's been happening in this village?
せっかくそいつに気づいたのに残念だよな。何せお前はここで食われるんだ。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, you found me out, but I'm afraid that won't stop me from devouring you. From Google Translate results... hold on, that start can't be right. Okay, the start, according to Google Translate, is thank you very much, but when I take it on its own, it apparently comes out as all that effort. I don't know. I almost... like, if it is supposed to be all that effort and not thank you very much, then... I think... it should come under the context of Michiru's faking at being discovered and is probably going to be killed for it, but then follows with, too bad you noticed that, because you're going to get eaten here anyway. And then, of course, Michiru just screaming in fear, like, oh shit, it's another situation of I'm about to be eaten. But... almost like what happened when he first entered this world. In the English version, Mohoro cries out, "Ah! What the? Where did that?" While according to the Google Translate result, Mohoro reacts with, "Ah! What? Where did that come from?"
InuYasha!
I don't need to translate that. Because, just like when Michiru first arrived in the world, and InuYasha was more or less the one who came to save him, InuYasha's here to save Michiru again.
そいつから離れやがれ。さもねえと今度は体の真ん中に叩き込むぜ。
In the English version, InuYasha calls out, "Get away from him, demon! Otherwise, I'll aim straight for you!" According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha calls out, "Get away from him, or I'll hit you right in the middle." Whatever the hell that means.
怖い怖い。いい友達を持ったもんだな。
In the English version, Mohoro says, "Oh, I'm scared. You certainly have a good friend." From the Google Translate result, Mohoro says, "Oh, so scary. You have some good friends."
絶対許さない。許さないからな。
Ooh, now Michiru is right pissed. Like, I don't think we ever hear that kind of anger out of him at any other time. In the English version, Michiru says, "I'll never forgive you. Never!" From the Google Translate result, there's two possibilities that I'm getting. One from the Google Translate result and one from the Deep L translator. From the Google Translate, Michiru says, "I'll never forgive you. I will never forgive you!" While the Deep L translation result is, "You won't get away with this. I won't let you get away with this!" And, this is why I had InuYasha stock up 2 units of energy.
よーし。
Although this would be a lot more fun if Michiru had at least one co-op tech with InuYasha. But, may as well just go for it.
燃え盛る炎よ。怒りの刃となれ。
Because, if you're fighting this guy with either Sango or InuYasha,
やるじゃねえか。
he can go down in just one hit. And it's hilarious. He doesn't even get a chance to fight back.
往生しやがれ。爆裂。もらった。
Toast. Instantly toast. No experience, though.
怪我はねえか。
In the English version, InuYasha asks, "Everything alright?" While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha asks, Are you hurt? That should actually be Michiru shaking his head.
嫌な感じがしたからよ。来てみてよかったぜ。
While in the English version, Michiru responds with, I'm fine. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, I got a weird feeling, so I came looking for you. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, it just seemed unpleasant. I'm glad I came. Does the Deep L translator have anything better? Okay, the Deep L translator's result has InuYasha saying, I had a bad feeling about it. I'm glad I came. So either I'd go with I had a bad feeling or I had an unpleasant feeling. I think I'd just go with I had a bad feeling. Or I guess it could also be worded to something didn't feel right to me. I don't know, I guess something along those lines.
InuYasha, boku.
I don't need to translate that. That's just Michiru saying, InuYasha, I... Which is also what the English version did.
なんだよ。傷ならもう大丈夫だぜ。暴れたら下がっちまった。
In the English version, InuYasha says, what is it? If you're worried about my wound, it's fine. A little fighting took care of that. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, what is it? If it's just a wound, it's fine now. It got blocked up when I went wild. I'm pretty sure that should say, if it's about my wound, it's fine now. It got blocked up when I went wild. I mean, sure. Especially considering, you know, he let out an ultimate backlash wave. It's like, yeah, and even in the Deep L translation result, InuYasha says, I went crazy and it got blocked. So, yeah, it got blocked up when I went wild. I think would be fine. Or it healed up when I went wild.
僕のことずっと気にしててくれたんだ。自分は怪我してるくせに。
Like something probably could be explained as like I just needed a huge rush of adrenaline and that just healed up my wound or something. In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are he was worried about me, even though he was hurt. According to the Google Translate results, Michiru's inner thoughts are he was always worried about me, even though he was injured.
それなのに僕はカゴメさんのこと。
In the English version, Michiru's thoughts continue with, and yet all I do is think about Kagome. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's thoughts continue with, and yet, when it comes to Kagome.
自分のことばっかり考えて。僕は嫌なやつだ。
And in the English version, Michiru's thoughts conclude with, all I do is think about myself. I'm a total loser. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's thoughts are, I only think about myself. I'm a jerk.
おい、帰るぜ。遅くなるとよ、カゴメがうるせえぞ。
In the English version, InuYasha says, "Come on, let's go back. Kagome will be pissed if we're too late." From the Google Translate results, InuYasha says, "Hey, let's go home. It's getting late and Kagome will be annoying." It definitely should say, "Hey, let's get back," or "let's go back." It's getting late and Kagome will be annoying, I think is fine, especially given InuYasha's character. He would absolutely say Kagome will be annoying, when they get back because it's getting late.
Kagome-san.
I don't need to translate that, that's just Michiru saying Kagome's name. But from the English version, Michiru says, "Kagome will..."
やっぱり僕はカゴメさんのことが忘れられない。
In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, "I can't get Kagome off my mind." From the Google Translate results, Michiru's inner thoughts are, "I really can't forget about Kagome."
二人が一緒にいるところは見たくない。
Yeah, like, Michiru's having a bit of a breakdown here. You can absolutely tell with that voice. Damn, it's starting to crack a little. Like, you can almost hear him start to cry. The English version continues with Michiru's thoughts being, "I don't want to see them together." Which is also what the Google Translate result has.
犬夜叉ごめん。
In the English version, Michiru says, "I'm sorry, InuYasha." While according to the Google Translate results, I managed to get back, hopefully not too late. Unfortunately, you missed the big thing with Michiru, Kagome, and Mohoro. Because now it's time for us to abandon everyone. And according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, "InuYasha, I'm sorry," and takes off.
ああ、どうしたんだよ。
You unfortunately missed the big moment of heartbreak, can Mocha say. At least there'll be the VOD. Oh yeah, it'll be up on my YouTube channel by tomorrow. In the English version, InuYasha says, "What's the matter?" But it just ends in a question mark. From the Japanese version, there's an exclamation mark as well, with the Google Translate result having InuYasha call out, "Hey, what's wrong?"
僕はもうここにはいられない。
From Michiru, while he's running away, says, "I can't stay here any longer." While from the Google Translate result, he says, "I can't stay here anymore."
ダメだよ。もうみんなのところには戻れない。戻りたくない。
But I think this is a good, actually. No, I'll translate these and then we'll wrap up. Here we have Michiru's inner thoughts. In the English version... Uh-oh. Okay. In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, "I can't go back to everybody now. I don't want to." While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's inner thoughts are, no, I can't go back to everyone. I don't want to.
これからは一人で自分の世界に帰る方法を探すんだ。
And then his thoughts conclude in English with, from now on, I have to look for a way to get back to my world on my own. The Google Translate results is a little broken here. Let's just see how this goes. From Google Translate, it's apparently coming up as, from now on, I'll be alone. Find a way back to your world. Yeah, the Deep L translation result's not any better. I think the translation should be reworded to, from now on, I'll find a way back to my world on my own. No, hold on. From now on, I'll find a way back to my world alone. That's probably the best I can do. But with that, I think it's a good time to call. Because what'll come up next is going to be the start of some even more interesting shit. Because we're going to meet someone from the original series that we haven't met yet to round out the original crew. And then we still have Asagiri Island to do, which has another pretty interesting moment to share with Kagome. But until next time, this has been the Asher Guardian. See ya.